Yeah. Alright, we are here. Our hair is a bit messy, but we are here. So, we made it to 1993. And what do we get for making it to 1993? Well, we get to the even more incredible machine. So, here's the trick. The trick here is that this is another one that misbehaves in capturing. So, on my screen, it is tiny. But we can get around that, and the way we can get around that is that I have it zoomed in the stream, and therefore I'll just watch OBS. It's fine. It's fine. It'll probably work just fine, and I'll have no issues, and if not, I'll just figure it out as we go. So, the Incredible Machine, this is technically the even more Incredible Machine, which is a sequel, follow-on, etc., etc. It's part of a general series thing, and it's a bunch of puzzles. If you've ever heard of a Rube Goldburg machine, that is what this game is, that is what this game does. I look like I'm looking off to the side, even though I'm looking towards the camera. Camera's... Okay, we'll figure it out. I've never been great at getting the camera angles correct. Except for the dog. She gets the best camera angles. But this one does not have a manual, so we're not going to be going through the manual this time. That said, we're just going to see what we can see and figure it out as we go. So this is a game I played a lot as a kid. I don't know if I ever beat the whole thing, because there's like 150 puzzles, I think? But we will see what we can see. Okay. So we want... Wait, no, this needs to go over here. So these are motors. And we have belts to attach to things. No, not you. I don't think I need the ramps, but maybe I do. Just in case. We'll put another one here. Where's the play button? Oh, yeah, start machine.
Phew.
Hooray! And this is another one that it doesn't like so much save your game. Hello, Axel, welcome in. So it doesn't save your progress, it gives you passwords to get to jump ahead, which was an old trick that wasn't used as much on PC games, but it was used heavily in console games back in the day when you didn't have save cards. Before the era of save cards, that was a thing. Do you want to advance to your next puzzle or replay? Advance. You played this one as a kid too? Excellent. Alright, put both bowling balls into the metal baskets. To solve this puzzle, you must place and flip the mouse cage and then hook... Alright, so we're still in tutorials. So this is going to go this way. So this is, the last one is just teaching us what a motor does. This one is teaching us that we can flip the direction of things. If I remember correctly, there's a sandbox mode? Yes, that's correct. There is a sandbox/level creator mode. Shara? Yes. The thing that's most... Oh yeah, I remember spending a lot of time in the level creator. That's actually a good shout out that this is 1993 and the game came with a level creator. Like there is a sandbox freeform like level creator creative mode thing. I remember killing a lot of people because some levels have like a little dude who like walks, and a lot of levels the goal is, you know, get this guy to the end. But, you know, if he gets bounced around too hard, he can kind of die. But you can just bounce him around all you want in creative mode. He'll still die, of course. We must pop all of the balloons. Okay, so this is going to blow that balloon into scissors. I believe gears also pop balloons, but in order to pop balloons... Oh, right-clicking just exits. Understood. I'll need to remember to not right-click. Okay. And other way around, ball to drop on it, scissors for it to run into. And there we go. Excellent. I'll put that there. Okay. Advance. So it hasn't even started messing with any of these yet since we're still in the tutorial, but it'll mess with gravity, it'll mess with air pressure, like all sorts of things. Which is funny that it's like such a physics-based game, but it's all about the weird machines. The goal is to make the bowling ball fall off the bottom of the screen. Alright, understood. We've got seesaws. So many seesaws. Probably up one. How's our audio levels? Yeah, I think that's probably a good level. Switch. And... go. Hey, there we go. But yes, we have returned from our forays into abandonware, where we got some of the games that were not really available anymore. This one is part of a bundle on Good Old Games that has this specific game and like 2 or 3 others in the series. I forget. I got it on sale. I think it's $5 or $10 if it's not on sale. But you know, you can probably wait for it to go on sale. We will advance. You might also notice that there are scores, and there are bonus points for solving it quickly. So you can see, like, I don't know what the 2 bonuses are. One of the bonuses, like, starts counting down as soon as you enter the level, which means, of course, that you lose points the slower you do it. The other one's probably, like, not using some of these or something. Anyway, use the boxing gloves to punch the baseball up to the metal pipes. Understood. Alright, so we're gonna need a boxing glove. And I remember some of these puzzles being very, very picky. Like, you need pixel perfect placement for certain solutions. Now, does this mean that that is necessarily the correct solution? No, but if you wanted to exploit things, but not really exploit, but like try to get it with using fewer of the things over here, there was certain weird stuff you can do, like when you're trying to launch something, you could have it like try to hit like the exact corner of something like this, so it would like bounce like way up and take a crazy trajectory. And that was definitely a thing you could do, but you had to get it like just right. Alright, make Mort the Mouse run in his cage by hitting the cage with the basketball. Understood. So this is one of those ones that's going to need to be a correct placement. Nope. This needs to be left one. Alright. Hey, we got it. Excellent. Advance. Alright, normal gravity and air pressure. Make the Jack-in-the-Box break the fishbowl of Bob the Fish. Alright, so we need to activate this Jack-in-the-Box. Which means we need to activate this. And I guess this is the only other thing we can do, really. When they only give you a few things to use, it becomes pretty apparent what you need to do because, well, if you can only add 2 things, there's only so much you can do with 2 things. Advance. All you need to do is pop the balloon. Note that you must flip the windmill to select which direction it turns. Alright, so we have a windmill. That needs to shoot this way. And then we'll have another one here, another windmill, and then another one of these. Flip that around. I don't know which way it turns based on just looking at it, though. Alright. That one looks like it's turning to the right, so we'll say that one's to the right. Nope. Got it backwards. See what I said about placement? Excellent. Note that we are, if you're like, man, these seem really easy, it's like, yeah, we're still in the tutorial levels. There are like 150 levels. And we're in puzzle number 9. Okay, lower all 3 buckets. To do this, you must cut both ropes with the scissors. Okay. So again, they only gave us like 2 things to use. Well, 3 things to use. So, it's very, very clear what the solution is. Shoot all the guns. Alright. This'll do that. Alright. Note that one of the guns is in our inventory. Come on. Attach here. Do the pulley on the bucket. And hopefully this is at the right angle. Hooray! Puzzle 11. Tutorial, like a hurricane. Your goal is to turn on all the fans. You must flip the light switch to provide power to the electric plug. The initial state of all plugs is off. Alright, so we're introducing the whole power thing. And you note that this changes when it gets powered. And we also note that because they start off, and this switch starts on the bottom, we need to put a spring here to make that pop back up. Plug that in there. Excellent. Let's see how far we can advance. Make the tennis ball fall down into the pipe hole. Generators will take turning motion and provide electricity. The electric motor must be plugged in to run. Alright, so we need to push this in somehow. Well, what do we have that can do that? I think a fan is the only thing we have that can do that. Alright, so if we do nothing, this is going to fall, it's going to turn on the fan. The fan can hit the windmill. The windmill will provide electricity here. Which makes this go, which can power this. I don't know if that's going to be turning the right way. Don't you dare. Trying to creep away from me. Okay. And where were we? Oh, yes. So then we need this here. We need to replace the fan so it's plugged in. We need to hook these two things up. And we see what happens. Yep, that's what I thought. You. Other way around. Excellent. We're cruising along. Your goal is to make all the gears on screen turn. Shining light on the solar panel will make the electric plug active. Okay, so this is here, so we need to pull this switch. How do we pull this switch? Well, let's attach it to this bucket. Alright, this falling is going to turn on that light, so this will turn on, which puts that on, and this can make this go, which can come down here, which will turn on this, which will turn on this, which will turn on this, which will turn this, and let's see what happens. Right? Yes? Hooray! Off we go. Lighting a fuse. Your goal is to fire all of the cannons. You will need to flip one of the magnifying glasses so the light is focused correctly. I'm gonna guess that it's that way. Could be wrong though. Let's find out. Excellent. Advance! All you need to do is fire the cannon. Excellent. So this will go in here, this will blow that up, that'll throw that away. Which we can use to pull this light switch. Which will then light the dynamite. Which will blow this up. Which will hopefully land it in here. Chances are I'm going to have to reposition this dynamite a couple times to get the ball to land in the right place. Oh, no. Fill it. There we go. Oh. There we go. Have to fix the facing. Off we go. So we're still listed as in tutorials here on level 16. You must light the candle. Okay, so what do we have? This will light this, which will go up, it'll light this. It'll blow up the bowling ball, which will then fall. How do we light the candle? Alright, so let's assume that we have to light the candle with this. Alright. Or with this. There we go. I need to get the spacing right. I don't know exactly how the spacing works though. That's what I was worried about. So if we light this, then that doesn't work anymore. Which is fine. We don't need the balloon anyway. See, this is where it starts getting a little bit trickier in that it does start giving you red herrings. It's like, well, the balloon can pull the rope. It's like, well, it can, but maybe that's not what we want to do. Your goal is to push both plungers down and set off the dynamite. Make sure you explode all dynamite that is on the playfield. Alright. So we're looking for a chain reaction. Alright, so let's see if this works. So my thought process here is this blows up, this is going to come down here because this will explode the wooden stuff. This shoots this, these all blow up, which throws the bowling ball onto here. Let's see if it actually works, like we hope. Nope. Okay then. You know what I said earlier about pixel perfect placement? Okay. Let's try this again. What if I put it all the way to the side? Is it just going to be too far away to hit it at all? No, all the way to the side was correct. Advance! Get Mort the mouse safely to the mouse hole in the bottom right part of the screen. A broken fishbowl will attract Pokey the cat. Okay. So we put that there. This will break this, which will attract the cat. The cat will then do this, which will throw the mouse at that cat. So then scare the mouse. Let's see if it works. Excellent. Advance! At some point we'll get past the tutorials. I don't know how many tutorials there are. Your goal is to make both monkeys ride their bicycles. Okay. So this is going to throw that off the edge. So we want this to pull that, which will light this rocket, which will do that, which will... There. Probably. Excellent. Okay, advance! Tutorial 20, Bridging the Gap. The basketball must cross all the gaps. To solve this puzzle, you must connect two of the teeter-totters with a rope passing through the pulleys. You must also stretch an incline smaller to fit in one of the gaps. It's very hand-holdy. Alright, so this goes here. This goes here. So it's going to roll up, then it's going to push this down. And when it does that, this pulls up, which will pull that down. And hopefully it works. It better work, because it told me how to do it. Advance! Okay. I thought maybe 20 was when we would stop having tutorials, but the case appears to be not. So, tutorial, climbing a hill. Make the ball climb the hill and knock Pokey the cat off the cliff. To solve this puzzle, you need to place the mouse cages so that the ball rolls over them. it is very clear about the fact that it is in fact a tutorial level. It's like, we're still teaching you things. And the cat has fallen. How unfortunate for the cat. Turn, turn, turn. Pop, pop, pop. Pop any 3 of the 4 balloons. Gears that are turning will pop any balloon they come in contact with. Okay. So let's do this. Let's see, this will pull here, he'll run, which will turn these gears, which will turn these gears, which will turn this. I'm suspicious that this is going to be the wrong direction. So we'll do that. And see what happens. Ah. Got to use a rope. Also note that the whole thing's slowing down and like losing frame rate when we hit the run button. That's definitely something I remember growing up. That is definitely a thing that was happening. Okay, where were we? Advance. Trick shooting. Oh, right. I remember this one. Not that I remember exactly how to solve it, but your goal is to make the 3 baseballs, but none of the tennis balls, into the container on the right. So this is another one of those puzzly ones. The problem is, if I shoot it right now, it's not going to go well for me. I said... just keep misclicking. Need to wait till the thing turns green. Alright, I'm gonna just look at the top one. Needs to move up slightly. Okay, now we just look at the second one. That also needs to move up slightly. This one needs to move down a bit. Down even more. Right, which one didn't go in? Middle one. I'm gonna move this back a little bit. Oh, that's probably too much. Right, now the top one misses, right? Right. Come on. I want to go later. Even later. I'm trying to just glance the top of it so that it just ricochets like straight down. There we go. Took a bit, but this is what I said. Some of them require some pretty precise placement. Okay, don't let any of the balloons pop. Very straightforward one. Also, we're out of the tutorial levels. So these are the real puzzles now. It's going to be very difficult for us. So difficult. Pop the two rightmost balloons. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Yes. We didn't need all this other stuff. We just needed the right placement on that pulley. You need to make the bowling ball drop down into the cave. Alright? What do we have? What do we have that can push it? We have a gun. And that's it. Okay, so we have a gun that we cannot place here, so we have to place it here. Which means we need this bucket out of the way before we can fire the gun. Which means we need... well, we need a way to fire the cannon first. So we have one light source. And we have a magnifying glass. Alright. Cool. And then we have rope. Which will do this. And then we need... we also need some way to actually pull the trigger. Presumably this bowling ball, after it hits this, is going to fall down again. Let's just see what happens right now. Alright, okay. There's going to be a lot of trial and error on some of these. Okay, so this will actually come here. We have a pulley. I think this will just work without any of the other stuff. Like, we've got so much other stuff. And we don't need any of it. Excellent. Advance. Oh, we're in space. We have no air pressure, and we have moon gravity. So popping balloons on the moon. Pop all 3 balloons. Note that you are on the moon. On the moon, I believe the balloons no longer float. The balloons will sink, because they are full of air. Or helium, probably, since they float in normal air pressure. So they float on Earth, but on the moon, they don't have that buoyancy, so they should be sinking. So this one should... so this should be all we need to pop that one. Stop it. Stay. Okay, so this is gonna go here and then bounce off to the side. So these are going to be already running. So like, but that doesn't do me any good because the balloons are going to be falling. Well, let's just see what happens if we do this now. Yeah, that's what I thought. Which means I need to somehow either shoot them with the gun or bounce them up into the gears somehow. And I can't move this trampoline. Okay. I'm trying to think if I can get this one when pulled. Actually, wait. If I take this away, does this one just... Alright, so that pops on its own. Can I just bounce this one over here? Yes, I am trying to bounce it off the back of a gun. Or just like use the geometry of these to kind of like bounce it over to the scissors. Oh well. We'll stop messing around with those. Wait, I have another one. Yeah, it's not heavy enough to move at that angle. Come on. There we go. Alright, I want to see what height this one is at the time the guns go off. Too high. Come on. Where are we? Well, let's just double check if I can do this. Where's the other go? There it is. No. Aha. Oh, hair late. What if I get it caught on the barrel so that it slows down the fall? Excuse me. The gun went through the balloon. That's not right. Maybe we're doing a Looney Tunes thing where if the the bullet is way too late. There's got to be an easier solution to this than what I'm doing. Because the problem is, if I move it down here, then it's way too... then the timing is way off. Unless... move this up. Right, up a little more. Because basically I don't want it to get pulled until the second balloon hits. I don't know what I would use the punch gloves for. Can I punch it hard enough that it bounces into the gears? It's too slow anyway. Unless... Hey, there we go. I don't know if that's the intended solution, but it is the solution that we came up with. Your goal is to put one baseball in each of the metal pipe containers. Okay, so we have a variety of things that we can do here. And none of them involve the... I accidentally right-clicked again. And none of them involve the very basic. It's just like, oh yeah, just like shove this over there. Because they're all too low. Oh wait, I think I might be seeing the way forward. What if we have 6 seesaws? Can we just straight up put 6 seesaws in and have the bowling ball throw all of them in where we want them to go? If so, that's incredibly convenient and also feels super cheesy, but I want to see if it works. Well, there we go. Advance. Much faster than the last one. Alright, puzzle 29. Weighing the situation. Make the baseball fall off the bottom of the screen. Okay. Oh, I see what this is. This is a weights and balances thing. We have a cannonball and 2 tennis balls. So what we need to do is first of all, we need to not misclick when we're attaching ropes. So we set these up to the pulleys. This comes here. This comes here. And this goes here. And then this needs to get timed so that it gets in here after this goes up and before this goes all the way down. I might have approached this wrong. We might need to do the cannonball thing on the next one. Yeah, okay. It just chugs. Yep. Low frame rates! I'm doing so much physics right now. There we go. Timed it just right. Advance! Pop all the balloons. Puzzle 30. Alright, what do we have? We have a variety of things. How many ways do we actually have to turn the gears? Just you. Well, how many ways do we have to pop balloons? Is it just the gears that can pop balloons? If it's just the gears that can pop balloons, then we're going to need to, like, throw this over here. With one of these, probably? Do we have a pulley? No, but we have another seesaw. Wait, no. So, you pull that up, you pull that down. Let's see what happens here. Oh. Need to go the other way. Put another one here just in case. No! Steeper? There we go. Advance! We're making progress. Put all the basketballs into the wooden container on the right side of the screen. Okay. We have one of these. Can we do it without actually using any motors at all? Yep, we sure can. Your goal is to shoot all 5 guns. A truly American goal. Alright, we're in normal Earth sort of atmosphere stuff. So we have 2 baseballs. Alright, so I keep right-clicking to, like, deselect the thing I have, but that's not how this works. Come on. Right, we want a baseball to fall on that. Oh, there's another baseball already here. Okay. And a scissor there. The problem is I don't have enough pulleys. Like, I can put this here and just directly connect these. And then maybe this will do. Okay, maybe we can't cut it if it's horizontal. We need to cut it when it's vertical. Okay, excellent. I'm a good American. We fired all the guns. Pop the balloon. What is this nonsense? Alright, so we have a fan, a magnifying glass, a gear, and 6 belts. Alright, what happens if we just do this? I see. So right now, nothing happens. So we have a variety of things that are turning, and other things that are not turning, but that need to be turning. And I have right-clicked again. So this turning this gear doesn't do anything. Alright, so the only thing that happens right now is this turns on, and that gives us a fan blowing, but that doesn't help us any. Okay. So let's work backwards. Let's assume that I find a way to get this ball down here. Kind of funny that where you can place it depends on where you clicked on it. Alright, we get the ball down there. So we light the candle. Excellent. And then what do we need? I don't think belts are long enough to make this work, but we'll see. Yeah, we can't span that. Can we span this? We have space here. We do have space here. Okay. So that turns that. So that can turn that. So that can power that. So that turns that. Which powers that. That turns that. Which turns these gears. Which, in theory, means we can do this, but by then the balloon's long gone, isn't it? Oh no, maybe the rocket will still bounce off of that up top and hit it. The frame rate suffers so badly once there's a lot of stuff going on at once. But I remember that happening growing up. That's not new from like emulation or whatnot. That's just how it always was. Advance. You must get the jack in the box to spring up. Okay. Alright, so we need a way to turn it. Presumably with gears. Alright, what can we do? Okay, so you turn on the light. You turn on the fan, that'll blow that. And then something, something. Accidental right click. Spread these out. That's what I thought. We need to put this here just to bounce the basketball down. Or, no, we'll do it this way. Swap this. There we go. And it is time for our hourly break. Wherein, in order to take better care of ourselves, every hour-ish, we stand up, we walk around, we stretch, we spend just the smallest amount of time doing things that are not staring at a screen. So I hope you will join me in taking this break to take a little bit better care of ourselves. Feel free to join me, stand up, stretch, grab a drink, kiss your wife, kiss your husband, kiss your wife's husband. You know, pet the dog. All those good things that make your life a little bit better that are not staring at screens. I will join you in kissing your wife, obviously. And I'll see you in 3 minutes. And we have returned. So, it became apparent to me when I looked at OBS that, oops, the in-game audio and the AFK audio were at similar volumes, which seems like it would be very awkward for people. So, I'll have to look into that to make sure that is less confusing in the future. But for now, we have returned. And we can continue with our puzzling. I hope everyone had a good and productive break, even if the productivity was just closing your eyes so you're not staring at screens for a few minutes. So now we need to put the bowling ball into the metal basket. Alright, so probably there-ish. Maybe like here-ish. Where does it land? Select the top of it so that we can move it down. A little more. I bet it like bounces off the left-hand side of that though. Yeah. Let me get it a little bit more controlled on the way in. Oh, we only have one of these? Ooh. I don't know what the balloon would be for. Let's see if we can get it controlled in the beginning. Probably too low. There's a lot of trial and error on this one. Oh. Let's see, where does it go wrong? See, this is the trick with these sorts of, like, make it bounce a bunch of times puzzles, is that it's hard to tell where exactly it went wrong. Oh, hey, there we go. Just needed to count on it bouncing high and bouncing off the bottom of the ramp. Stop the shootout between Pokey the cat and Bob the fish. You must let both guns fire, but you can't let the bullets hit Bob or Pokey. Alright, so the guns need to fire, but they can't hit anyone. Oh, is this purely a timing puzzle? So I need to get the buckets in the way. That's what I'm seeing. This still needs to come down here, and when it does, it will fire the things. So this is purely a timing puzzle. Because we need to hit the scissors, cut the thing, and then they're going to bounce. I have no idea if I'm early or late. This is just going to be a pure trial and error sort of thing. Hey, there we go. I say pure trial and error, and it took us 3 trials? I do like the musical switch up, that like different stages have different music, including this harpsichord-y classical sort of thing. Okay, we have normal Earth gravity stuff. Send Mort to his house on the bottom left part of the screen. Mort is the mouse. Alright, I guess step 1, we blow him away. And then the cat chases him. And we can't throw him in there with anything. Alright, we need to use a fan, I guess, at this point. The fan gets plugged into one of these. Can it get plugged in from the other side of this? No. Okay. So we're going to put this over here. There, we can plug it in there. And then this gets plugged in here, which turns this, and we have perpetual motion. I want you to bounce off that, run away from the cat. Use that to block the cat. Okay, that was too big. I might need to move the fan back a little bit. I just don't know if it can blow it this full distance. Probably can. But we will find out here in a second. There we go. It'd be interesting, like, because the solutions to these are pretty generic, I've been curious to see, like, from a programming and, like, game perspective, how they detect when it is correct or not. Like, some of them are going to be obvious. Like, it's a... what's the right word for it? Like a volume trigger sort of thing. It's like, when entity A is in space B, then you win. But not all of them are like that. I say that, but this one is definitely like that. You must put the bowling ball inside the brick walls. Okay. Now, do we need to, like, go through all this nonsense, or can I throw it from here into there? Alright, so what do we have that starts out moving? we have just this ball, and then this ball will fall. Alright, so we're gonna say that this blows this. And then we do this number. And we see what happens. What if we just do this so it's more likely to fall in? Not like bounce high and get in, but... There we go. Advance! You must trap Pokey the cat in the cage. You must also make the cannonball go into the bucket. Alright, well, if we need the cannonball to go in the bucket, then let's say we need to fire the cannon. So we have a couple things we need to do. So in theory, we set off the cannon, it shoots the cannonball. Which will cut the rope, then go down here and go there. I don't know how to get the cat to move though. It will help if we do this. Does the cat get scared by the cannon going off? Like, how do I get the cat to move? I wonder. Okay. These will scare the cat. But not enough. Well, okay, it will be enough. I just need to move this forward more, so it lights both of them. Why is it not lighting both of them? Is that just the thing? Like, it'll only do one? Can we hit the bottom of the scissors with the cannon shot? Hey, there we go. Straight in. And advance. Oh, we're back. We're like in space again. Lower gravity, lower air pressure. Make both basketballs fall into the brick hole. Alright, so with the balance of gravity and pressure, what happens to balloons? They rise slowly. But not by much. Alright, so we can fit one of these under here. We can put one of these here. We have a solar panel. We have a switch. We have a fan. We're gonna swap that around. What else do we even have? A TNT plunger? Interesting. We can only switch the direction on this, not up and down, right? Yeah, left and right. Well, what do we do right now? Not as effective as we would have liked. Well, that's 1 out of 2. We can get rid of this for now. Come on. Why not? Is this just placed slightly too high? There we go. Alright, we're up to 40 puzzles completed. We must help Pokey the cat find his way home to the house in the lower right corner of the screen. Okay, we're back to normal Earth gravity and pressure. Alright. So, he will chase mice. He will chase broken fish bowls. Can I attach a rope to this? We can. I have accidentally right-clicked again. What if? I just use this mouse to do this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Interesting. Quite interesting. It's clear that I need some sort of cascading thing. I see. feel like I'm one short. There we go. I discovered the secret. The secret is we had to use this to bounce him down there. We didn't have enough bait to get him to walk down there, but we had physics, and physics can make him fall. Okay, explode all the dynamite. This won't lag at all. Okay, so supposedly we should have one of those, right? Almost certainly. Now, how do we light it? We have a cannon. Don't know why we need a cannon, but we have one. Come on. I might be overthinking this. Like, is there any reason I need to start on the right-hand side? Can I just, like, do one of these over here? And try to get this thing to just fall on that one? As long as I get the positioning right on the fuse. The detection ranges on these are not ideal. Okay. Thing is, I'm trying to balance the two different distances we need. Because it needs to be close enough to the fuse and also close enough to the light source. Alright, can we go further to the left? Oh, very good. How about now? There we go. This setup here was a red herring. And once we ignored it, we did much better. Advance! Your goal is to lower the bucket so that it is resting on the brick wall. Okay, what do we have? Gotta have scissors in here somewhere, right? No. Alright, so what are our options for popping the balloon? A candle. So we have to light this candle and then send it over here to pop the balloon. It's interesting when the little tools section has these pre-configured to different lengths. And it just makes me very suspicious. Just like, okay, well, what's going on here? So what do we have that can initiate anything? I think it's just the bowling ball that can fall, and that's the only way we have of starting anything. Alright, so we need a way to light the candle. The question is, do we light the candle here and then throw it, or do we do it the other way around? Let's say that we light it before. After. Before. After. Oh, decisions. We have a pulley. We do have a pulley. It's a massless, frictionless pulley, thankfully. Alright, we're good to go on that. Alright, so you start running. You go there. You go there. Oh. Time delay is just off, barely. And these go off simultaneously right now, so is there any way I can speed that up and or slow that down? Okay. What we do is we have this power, that. And this rope actually goes to here. No, wait. That won't work. Okay. So, the thought process in my head was this lights this up. Actually, let's just see where this bowling ball goes. Goes the wrong way. This is fine. We turn this around the other way. Give it a little bit of a ramp. Alright, there we go. There we go. So we need a pulley. That goes there. This goes here, and we have you power this. So that gets us our delay. We just need to swap some things around. As our frame rate dies. But it works. Phew. Excellent. Advance! We're getting through these pretty quickly. Question is, can we finish them all tonight? The answer is probably not, because while we are on puzzle 44, there are a lot of them. Alright, so make the tennis ball go over the net. Alright, so this needs to go over here. We have dynamite, we have a rocket, we have a gun. Unfortunately, the gun can't be set up to shoot it. It can shoot the baseball. So, if I do nothing, what's going to happen? This is going to fall. What can I do with that? We can cut things. What ways do I have to launch this over here? We have a gun that can shoot, but the gun's, like, there's no position I can have on this, I think. Ooh, maybe. Maybe. No, because the problem is going to be, like, how do I pull the trigger? Because I can position this, like, off-screen here to shoot it. But I would need to pull the trigger from off-screen to the left. And I can't put a pulley that far off to the side. So much for that idea. Now, I can cut the balloon loose, but that doesn't help me. Like, what can the balloon do? Well, the balloon can... like... it can trigger scissors. It can hit a seesaw, but if I wanted to hit a seesaw with the balloon, why wouldn't I just hit the seesaw with the bowling ball itself? So right now, I'm thinking that the way to go is explosives. Which means the way to go is a rocket ship. Ooh, I think I'm starting to see it. We use the gun to shoot this so that the bucket can fall on here. I might be overcomplicating things, but that's kind of what this game is all about, is overcomplicating things. And then that lights this, which goes up and hits that, and something win the game. I might need to use that trampoline as well, but we'll find out in a second. Alright, move this a hair further left. Move this a bit further left as well. Oops. Touch further left again. Here-ish? Hey, we got it. Advance! Alright, what do we have? Your goal is to pop the balloon. We have no smiley face level. Alright. What do we have that can pop a balloon? We have fire! We have a gear. We have... That's basically it. If we do nothing... Wait a second. Okay, we are at low air pressure, low gravity, which means the balloon just floats in the middle of the screen there. Okay, alright. The tennis ball slowly drops down. Where does it go? It goes very slowly and carefully. Okay. So we don't have anything in our inventory that'll do anything on its own. So we need to use the tennis ball to trigger something. We have a switch it can trigger. And what do we want to happen when we trigger the switch? Well, we can turn this thing on, which can turn on a gear. Which, of course, the balloon won't fly up into on its own, but maybe the tennis ball will boop it. Also, how did that... Alright. I could have sworn that would have hit the switch, but let's look very carefully at the ball's path. Ah, there we go. Excellent. Advance! Alright, back to normal Earth gravity stuff. Save Bob the fish from the cannonball that will smash his fishbowl. The cannonball must fall off the bottom of the screen, because that's how we are detecting victory. Okay, what do we have? Do we have dynamite? We do have dynamite. Where can we put the dynamite? We can put the dynamite here. Or here. Alright, that looks like a... I don't know if that's going to save him, though. Like, it's convenient for me, but I don't know if it actually solves the issue. That's the only light source it appears... Oh, wait, no, I have this. So, in theory, we do this. We do that. We have a candle. This lights the candle. Something, something. Monkey business. Pulleys are massless, frictionless, and do not actually do anything. Okay. Can we make this bounce back the other way so that it launches the candle? Maybe one further left. What? It doesn't get launched. Okay. What if I move this one further to the right? Of course, the bowling ball might not even hit it now. Alright. Oh wait, no, we only have one magnifying glass. I was like, but maybe I can use the light of this to do a magnifying glass to do that. And it's just like, no, that also doesn't work. Because I only have one magnifying glass. So the only light source I have is this. Huh. And I can't rely on the bowling ball to come turn the light on, because that's not going to behave properly either. Oh, ooh. What if? Oh, no, I don't have a spare rope. I was thinking, it's like, what if instead of relying on this to fall on here, I could use a rope to pull it from over there? It's like, no, that also doesn't work. Oh, yeah, it still doesn't go. I can't move that. But yeah, that's worse. For 2 reasons. One, if it goes that early, this doesn't get lit, which means it's not going to work at all. Actually, wait. Can I just do this? Is that enough to get it out? I don't think it will be. I don't know how close this fire needs to be to set off the dynamite. Is it a height issue? It might be a height issue. Alright, and now we get to wait. We get to wait and see if this is enough to get it to go through that hole and off the screen. Yes, excellent. Events. Right. Earth, gravity, and pressure. Deliver the 2 pails down onto the metal pipes at the bottom of the screen. You must deliver 1 pail to each side of the screen. So lots of explosives. Yes, explosives. More explosives. Do I need the whole line of explosives? Probably not. Do I want the whole line of explosives? Yes, absolutely. Okay. So we have a light and a magnifying glass and one of these and a mouse that's going to be very scared of things. And we're going to try to hook these things to each other. Yes, yes. Other way. Okay, understood. Alright, so you connect there. No, not you. You connect there. You connect there. You connect there. And you reverse direction. And something something win the level. Can we... maybe? Looks right to me. No? What's wrong? Deliver the tube pails down onto the metal pipe. Oh, it's not on the metal pipes. Understood. Now we get to some more precise positioning stuff. Needs a little more momentum. Oh, come on. Slightly more momentum. Oh, the ball might be in the way now, though. Oh, never mind. Not if the ball can go through the metal pipes and off the bottom of the screen that way. I didn't know that was possible, but apparently it is. Advance! I'll take the physics bug to get us the win. Kelly the monkey is not getting enough exercise. Your goal is to make her ride her bicycle. Alright, what are we doing? Well, we can set off this rocket. Okay, so to get her to ride the bicycle, we need to push this up. And we can't do it by pulling this down, because they have pre-attached a rope to it. So we need to push this up with something. What do I have that can push it up? In theory, if I could get something over here with a bounce pad, like a trampoline, but we can't do that. Because the only balls we have are this size and they're not going to fit through that hole. So this is out of the question, which means we have one way of doing it, which is we need a rocket here. And if we're going to launch that rocket, that means that we need to light it with this sort of setup. Which means, now the question is, how do we get one of these balls over here? Like, trampoline's a good start. Do I have any other balls? I do not have any other balls. Just based on size, it makes it seem like this would be the way to go. But the problem is then, I need to get this over here and then launch it. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think it just stays there. Yeah. Unless we put that there, and then go here. No, we only have one rope though. Yeah, this is never going anywhere. But if we put one of these here, Alright, this is, yeah, that's one I placed. Alright, so how can I get something? Alright. Come on, you. Okay. progress. I don't know if this is going to do what I want it to do, but it might. Ah. I just need you to bounce a little bit off the walls and not hit that little corner lip there. Yeah, see? I need it to bounce slightly higher before it hits that edge so that it can bounce off the edge. Yeah, okay, never mind. Oh, I think I see what I can do. We put a mouse here so that the balloon hits it. Okay. It appears that we're just launching the rocket on the left for fun because it's not doing anything, but... Alright, there we go. 48 complete. Alright. Sort all the balls. Put the baseballs in the left container and the tennis balls in the right container. Do they fall at the same speed? They do fall at the same speed. Oh wait, which one's going to the left? Baseball's in the left. What if we just put ramps under all the tennis balls, because they're bouncier? Which one is this? Which one is it hitting? It's hitting the middle one. I need to be more efficient about this. Because I don't have that many... Oh, I have a gun. That worked surprisingly well, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ruin it by moving that up one. Oh, I have a whole nother set of things. Okay, cool. Up one. Yeah, there we go. Take advantage of how much bouncier the tennis balls are. You must pop all 5 balloons. Alright. Normal gravity and pressure. So, what I'm thinking right off the bat is fire the rocket and then use these to move it to the left so that it sets everything off. I did not think that was going to fit through that gap. Okay. Do I have a... I do have magnifying glass. Cool. And then after that, it'll hit this. Do I have more gears? I do not have more gears. Okay. Without more gears, it's going to be really hard to do this that I was hoping to do, because this won't reach, right? Yeah. Let's just experiment with this for now. Okay, move that closer. Alright, this might work. One higher? That's as far out as it goes, but I can add another one. As long as it doesn't interfere with this. Because the way the candle bounces is being very precise. Okay, I don't think that messed it up. There we go. Alright. Advance. Oh, it is time for our hourly break. So once again, every hour we take a break to not stare at screens for a couple minutes, stand up, walk around, all that good stuff. So I will see you in 3 minutes. I hope you will join me. You won't miss anything. The game will be on pause for these 3 minutes while you do what you need to do. Drinks, snacks, bathroom breaks, being affectionate with your loved ones. Whatever that means to you, I will see you in 3 minutes. And we have returned. Hope everyone had a good break and did all of the things that you needed to do. I did the things that I needed to do. And now we can continue with the puzzling. Okay, so we need to break Bob's bowl. Okay, what do we have? We have a balloon, we have a ball, we have a bunch of stuff. If we get the ball in here, it goes blah, 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 all the way down here. If we get the ball over here, it goes... Okay. So how do we get anything up to hit the ball? I think the only really thing we can do to get it there is this. I don't know if the balloon would do it, and even if it could, I don't see any gaps big enough to get it through. So we're going to need one of those there. We're going to need... Alright, what if we can do that? Oh wait, no, that won't work. We definitely need it here, so that this gap is big enough for it to get through. And then, do we have a pulley? We don't have a pulley. There's only this pulley. We do have one of these, though. We have 2 ropes. But this won't stretch. Alright, plan B. Take off the ropes. What happens if we just do this? Wrong way. I don't know if it can get through this gap is the trick. It can get through that gap. Excellent. One more bounce. And we got it. Advance! Your goal is to drop the cage onto more to the mouse. Okay, cool. Normal gravity and pressure. So what do we have? We have scissors. Alright, so we need to activate the scissors somehow, or put these in somehow. We have a fan. But what do we have that's going to move at all? The only thing in the level that's going to move at all is going to be this tennis ball. So what if we just do this and that, and we position this so that it kind of bounces off of it and goes to the left? Okay, better. And will we hit the scissors? Yes, but these need to be further left. Excellent. Screw your fan and power system. You must launch all the rockets before the outer space villains attack planet Earth. Excellent. And we are on Earth. Normal gravity and pressure. Alright, so we have a candle, yes? We have a candle. The candle is going to need to somehow get in here and slide along. Alright. So we need to light the candle somehow. Then we need to turn these on to move it. What do we have that can move it? We have a mouse that can move it. We have balls. What do we have that can be a light source? We have a light bulb. How do we light the light bulb? We need to pull it with something. What do we have that can pull? We have one of these. Alright. Now we're cooking. I'm sorry, what? That doesn't work? It needs to be lower down. How? Alright. This is fine. Slightly too fast. Move that up. You know what? Fine. We'll do it the lame way, where we actually delay it. Actually using the tools given to us instead of just kind of hoping everything bounces the way we want it to. How ridiculous. How wild. Launch all 4 rockets. All the rockets must fly off the top of the screen. Okay. Well, what light sources do we have? We seem to have flashlights only. So one of these needs to go here-ish. One of them needs to go here-ish. What else do we have? We need to turn this somehow. So we can get the mouse to fall. What can we do with a falling mouse? We can turn it into a falling bucket. And what can we do with a falling bucket? We can explode something, which will throw this. What can we do with that? Well, we can put a trampoline here so it turns this switch. What can we do with that? Well, we can plug something into the switch. What do we plug into the switch? We plug in this thing. That'll spin. What do we do with that? Well, that lets us do this thing. That lets us plug other stuff into it. No. That's an unnecessary extra step. Maybe. This turns... Okay. Alright. I see. I'm seeing the line. Alright. So. This turns on the fan. The fan turns this. We'll move these around a little bit. This comes over here. This comes over here. That goes there. Fan turns this. This turns this. Which powers this. Which turns that. Alright. We're probably going to have to move our dynamite, but... Alright. Okay. Come on. There we go. 2, and 3. Excellent. Advance. Alright, normal Earth stuff. Your goal is to make the boxing glove punch the bucket. Okay, straightforward enough. We got balls everywhere. If we do nothing, this gets stuck here, this falls off the bottom screen, this falls and stays still, this rolls over and hits it, and this just kind of falls here and gets stuck. Do I have a ramp? Alright. I'm going to assume that we want one of these. And this is probably there, just based on the positioning of things. But how do we get anything up here? Here? Yeah. And then here. Trying to work backwards a little bit. And then we're going to need one of these to bounce it. How do I get anything through this section? Maybe with this. I don't think that that's going to be strong enough to toss it up there. Alright. Will this be strong enough to bump that? It will. Excellent. So I think we've got it? Maybe. We punched the bucket, which is much better than kicking the bucket. Kicking the bucket has worse outcomes, we'll say. And let's see. Normal Earth gravity and stuff, we must light both candles. Okay. Which means we basically just need to knock this bucket off the edge somehow. Let's say that we punch the bucket. Alright, I see the setup. I see the vision. One tick to the right. It's interesting how some items are placed on what is clearly a grid, and others are like pixel based, how you can place them literally anywhere. Because you might have noticed that some things like the flashlights or the magnifying glasses, those are like pixel perfect placement, whereas the things that you just saw with the trampolines, those are on a grid of sorts. All right, we're still on normal Earth gravity and pressure. Our goal is to release Mort from the brick walls. Mort must fall off the bottom of the screen. Okay. So we need to break through the walls somehow. Alright. Can we have him break himself out? No, because he'll just fall and then it'll blow up and then he doesn't move. So he doesn't escape. Okay. I'm trying to look at what all moves. Like we have this baseball, which can break out this wall. But what does that leave us with? Oh, we have a whole thing. Right, yes. Do we have anything that can drive that? We have a monkey. Can we bounce this up into the scissors after it sets that off? No, but we can bounce it up into a seesaw. And the seesaw can pull the shade on the monkey thing, and he can throw Mort out of here. Okay, maybe a little bit more height will do the job. There we go. He's no longer in a cage, but we have thrown him to his death. I mean, to his freedom. He's now free. He definitely did not fall into oblivion. Your goal is to make all 4 mice run in their cages at the same time. Alright, so in theory, we do that. We do that. We're just going to be big on synergy here. Or not synergy, symmetry here. So if we do this, where does it go? Yeah, it doesn't have enough oomph to get there. How can I use these in a better way? What if I extend this all the way that way? I should probably be doing A/B testing here. Like, we try something slightly different on each side, because they are symmetrical. So once we know which way one of them works. Oh wait, maybe it's maybe we need to change our way of thinking. Well, we can't put a trampoline here. What if we can get them over here? Okay, so it looks like that's a non-starter because I can't do anything with ramps to get them any sort of initial movement. Like, we can get these two running in the middle with just the thingy, just the seesaw. Oh wait, maybe this is all bait and I'm supposed to get them from below. That could be a potential solution. Excuse you, let me move this, thank you. Hooray, okay. Yeah, so the top part is a bait. It's like, no, it's never gonna fit through that hole. There we go. Alright, we're a little grooving now. We're grooving. So your goal is to put a cannonball in the bucket, and the bucket in the hole in the brick wall. Okay, so we have two cannons. So we need to get a cannonball in the bucket, and the bucket through here. Alright, so we need to cut the rope at some point. So we definitely need scissors somewhere. We do need to fire one or more cannons. We can only fire one of the cannons, because we only have... Wait, no? No, we have two setups for that. Okay, that's fine. Actually, no, we're going to put this here. We're going to put that there. No, other way around. This one goes over here, clearly. And this one goes over here. Where does this go? Alright, so it follows that arc. Switch that, move that there, move that down, just in case. Hmm. What? Did it hit the scissors or the near edge of that wall? It's bouncing off of the scissors. don't think the right side vertical is doing anything yet. Oh, okay. I misunderstood the assignment, which is good, because I thought I had to get it through the hole in the wall in the lower right, not the little divot in the bottom, and I was like, alright, well, I'm getting the first part down, and I'll figure out how I need to shoot it off to the right in a minute. Normal Earth stuff going on. Help Pokey join his friends down under. So we need this cat to come down here somehow. What happens if I just run it? Nothing. Oh, thank you for the follow, Beatrice. Welcome in. And, yeah, we're going to try to help this cat find its other cat friends. How do we do that? I don't know. Does this work? No, he can't see it because of the bucket is in the way. Hello, Beatrice. Welcome in. Okay, so we are doing well. However, this feels like a script. All right, so what are we looking for? The streaming is going well, but again, this now feels scripted. Which can happen online. Many things we do can feel scripted, even if they are not. What is the goal? What happens if we just bonk the cat with it? I forget. Do they move? Oh, you turned around. Interesting. That is nice to hear. I'm glad that you love the streaming. Okay, so we have a boxing glove. We have a ramp. Right. So we can either keep hitting the cat with things, or we can try to tempt it with fish. I must admit, I'm kind of stumped at this one. Like, anything that is like move the cat has been troublesome to me. Does it move very far if I punch it? Yes, it does move pretty far if we punch it, but punching it with the thingy still in place is not very useful. I have so many things that I could use, and so many of them don't make sense. I watching your streaming and support streamer. I'm glad you watching my streaming and support streamer. Thank you for watching streaming and support streamer. I will say again, though, that it still feels, how should we say, scripted. Now, let's see. What's the goal again? Help Pokey join his friends down under. Okay. What happens if we cut this? Let's just test it. We're going to be trying things out. Alright, so we don't have any sort of angle here. They're just going to go straight up and down. I'm not seeing any real benefit to doing that. Besides, just for fun to throw cats around. So have I reached affiliate? Yes. Yes, I have reached affiliate, and you can tell because we do have emotes. Not a lot of them. Not very good ones because I made them all myself. But they do exist. Alright, so that cannonball appears to just not move for anything unless we can punch it. Okay, so we got... Alright, are you also aiming to partner, and how are you working to achieve that? This is kind of a weird question, because one of the barriers to partner is something like 75 average viewers, and I'm at like 2. So that's far enough away from me that it's not really a reasonable thing for me to be looking at. However, again, you're coming off as very scripted, like you're about to try to sell me followers. So I would advise either changing your script or something. So I don't want the mouse to run away all the way. What if I put that there? Alright, let's take this away for now. So, if you don't mind, I am support you. Sure, go for it. I appreciate support. Everyone likes a little bit of support. I think there's a whole set of commercials I've been seeing on Twitch for one of the insurance companies that's all about how supported you'll be. Alright, I'm now thinking, what if the actual answer is that I need to throw a cat off the bottom of the screen, not get the one from top to join the ones down below? I have a pro streamer that can help, which happened to be my cousin and helpful to small streamer. No thank you. Also, I'm going to ban you now, because you're clearly a bot. Farewell, bot! Now where were we? Ah yes, we just threw a cat off the bottom of the screen, and it did not win us the game. So that's not what we're trying to do, apparently. Okay, so we do want this cat to come down here. And how do we get that cat to go down there? Can we punch this mouse? What if we don't actually cut the string, we just use it to bounce off of? Okay, that doesn't give us any, that doesn't help us any. So if we cut the string, help Pokey join his friends down under. Restart level. Yes. Okay. So there's two ways to go about this that I can see. We can raise this up and then try to get the cat to walk down and in. Or actually, we don't need that. We can just put this, we can make this hover if we want. So we either need to get the cat in this hole or in this hole. If we want it in this hole, we need to cut the string. And if we want it in that hole, we need to not cut the string. Right. The only thing we have that can start any sort of motion, well, we have two. We have the mouse, which will move forward on its own. And then we have the, wait, do we have any ropes? We have no ropes. So despite us having a bunch of seesaws, we can't, like, chain them together some way. It's like, if we put this here, so that falls in there, and that lowers that down. And that's all well and good, but it doesn't get us anything else. Because nothing else happens. What happens if we try to blow the cat? Nothing. And now we're just constantly terrorizing the cat. It just has the ball bouncing on it. It's constantly freaking out. It appears that the billows is in a very uncomfortable spot. And I don't think this is the solution we were going for. So the billows don't appear to do anything. Can I blow a mouse with it? We can, but nothing happens. Like, this is just in the way of everything. I feel like there's got to be an obvious solution that I am missing. Is it ever something as obvious as, like, this? Are you kidding me? It just decides to float in the air? Okay. So he walks. And then nothing. How about that? Because the mouse is going to get scared and run, and then will the fishbowl be enough to trigger? No. Excuse you. All right, let's see if we can make it hit the cat multiple times to make the cat move multiple times. Okay, but hit it from the right so it moves to the left. Come on, keep going, keep going. Oh. Okay, how about this time? Nope, nope, yes. So it can't fall down that hole, basically, is what I'm seeing. Is like, that hole is actually too narrow. Which means this whole thing needs to get blown up and started over. Restart level. Yes. So the cat can't fit through this hole, so the cat needs to go this way. Which means we can't really cut the whatchamacallit. Cut the rope. Right, so he gets to the fish, and then that's all there is. He doesn't go down the hole because he got to the fish. See, I would like to put something here to interact with, like, the mouse and the fish. But the problem is, won't do anything. Yeah, and it's too far down, so he's not going to see it. So this needs to move out of the way, and the cat needs to move forward. What possible ways do I have to move the cat forward? I'm still wondering why I have all of these, though, if I'm not supposed to throw all the cats around. Like, clearly, I should be throwing cats around somehow. I don't know why, I don't know how, but maybe I should be. Alright, so we go over here, we get rid of that, we get rid of that. I'm just trying to think, what happens if a cat gets thrown off the edge here? What can I do with that? Is there anything I can do with that? Not really, because it won't get up here. And landing it in this bucket doesn't do anything. Like, even if I want to do something like this to lower that bucket, and it's just like, okay, now what? What does that get me? That doesn't get me anything. I think I'm pretty well stuck on this. Which makes me wonder, it's like, is this even Googleable? Because we're not done with stream yet. Like, we've still got another hour to go, but I don't want to sit here for an hour just staring at this puzzle, being like, well, I guess I can't get the cat to do what I want the cat to do. It's even called catapulting. So, like, it really makes me think I should be throwing them all over the place. So while I let this run, okay, yes. I have opened. Someone did put up a solution to this 16 years ago on YouTube. So, alright, yes, we did that. We did that. Uh-huh. Aha. I see. Very, very interesting. What? That did not work for me. But okay, we will try this solution. Stop that. You also stop that. Okay. So, in theory, this is how it works. No, stop that. There we go. So the trick here, I guess the part that I missed, is pushing the mouse into the boxing glove. And getting this to not mess up the catapulting part. So yeah, I was like, I could have sworn that I should have been throwing the cats for some reason, but I still couldn't figure out how to get the top cat to move. So, these get thrown, these get thrown. Aha, okay. So, it was an off by one error with where I was placing the fishbowl. You needed to place it one further left if you wanted the mouse to break it, but if you place it one more to the right, then you get the what? Then you get the basketball to break it. Also, I just noticed that we have not had the game sound on for the last hour, so that's unfortunate. Drop a cage onto Mort the Mouse. Alright, cool. Alright, so what do we have? We have explosives. Let's bounce the explosives. Excellent, that's right where we want them to be. How can we light them? I think we shoot them. But this shot needs to happen after a while. There needs to be a delay on it. So if we want to do this, we need to slow this down. Because it's going to take 3 bounces to get the TNT in there. Oh. We also need to cut the rope. Somehow. Presumably by doing this. This is fine. Other way. Okay, a little bit further. We're gonna move this smaller, move that there-ish. Ooh, too fast. You come over here. Other way, other way. Little further. All right, that might get us there. I was about to say, it's like, if you freeze out on that ledge, I will be upset with you. Okay, you must make all 3 balloons pop. Okay, what can we pop them with? We have gears. And that is it. Wait, are we in normal? All right, we're in normal gravity and pressure. So if we just play it. All right, so we need a way to make the gears turn. How can we make the gears turn? We can only make the gears turn with the monkey. We have a falling baseball, which we can use to light the cannon. Monkey needs to be hooked up here. Wait a second. Does that ball actually hit that without anything? No, it bounces off the monkey. Okay. Alright, so they don't make it. Can I just block it and have it go... like, and direct it? It's like, no, no. You don't want to go there. You want to go down here. Yes. Just bounces off of it. Let's try again. Excellent. Advance. Launch all 3 rockets so that they fly above the top of the screen. What is all this in here for? Do we have a mouse we can activate in there? No? Do we have anything that gets activated by falling stuff? No. What is all this? Well, we have a seesaw. Alright, well, let's place what we know we need to place. Alright, we know that we need to place those. Alright, so if we want him to activate that, we have gears? We do have some gears. Which means we can do this. Alright. So we can pull these, which is good. Because, like, if we want this... Okay. Ah, that's precise. Okay. Okay, so this needs to pull. I think that just makes it unable to be pulled. Yeah, we have another pulley. So we'll just do this. And hopefully it works. Now, I can see that there are other things that the game might want me to be doing here. I have another pulley. Because it could want me to, like, put the dynamite below the bowling ball and then shoot it. Oh, okay. Not sure why. The problem is that this close one isn't going to get lit. I don't know if that's a positioning problem on my magnifying glass or what. but the positioning on these things is just so pixel perfect that I don't know if I have the flexibility to do anything else. Alright, so let's try. Put this over here. This pulls the trigger. It shoots this, so this drops. It'll throw this over somewhere. Something, something. Success. Now I'm hoping that when this bowling ball falls, it'll throw the basketball such that no such luck. Is this one that I placed? It's not one that I placed, which is very odd. So I need to somehow jostle this one to get it off to the side. Nope. It was magnifying glass placement. Go figure. So I could have done this way faster and easier if I hadn't bothered with the whole bowling ball thing. Total bonus points. Quad 6s. Very nice. Advance. Light and fire the cannon any way you can. Okay. Alright, so the only way we can light and fire the cannon is by getting this ball to land there. We can't use it to activate these because either it'll be flatly under it and it'll just stand perfectly still, or because this one's on a grid, it'll be too far over. So that won't do any good. So to start out with, we need one of these to get its initial movement going. Then we can put one of these that it rolls across. And it'll drop down onto this. And when it pulls this down, it'll also put that into the right position. It helps if we attach the bands to things. Go. Hooray! Great success. Advance. Make Bob's fishbowl break any way you can. Understood. Alright, that's a lot of gears. So, what do we have? We got a bunch of stuff. What do we have that can break the fishbowl? We've got a ball here, that'll do it. We got a cannonball here, that'll do it. Also, we have some dynamite. I don't know if this is going to be close enough to do it, though. Right now, nothing happens. Do we have any way to start anything happening? No. So, the only things we can do is something needs to get punched. What do I have that'll do anything when punched? It's this. This needs to go here, which means that needs to drive that. Which means we need to find a place for this to be plugged in, and it can drive this gear. Okay. Which will eventually hit that switch. Unless my fan, I just put the fan in the way, in which case it won't hit that switch. Okay, so that powers this. Because that powers that, we can power a fan. Which can blow this. Which can turn that, and we get to see if it's facing the right direction or not. Just the frame rate slowdowns are getting me. It's very nostalgic to have just like, and then once there are things moving on the screen, the whole computer just seizes up. Advance! You must knock the baseball off of the small wooden wall. Okay. What happens right now? Alright, so we have a balloon floating up and a baseball falling down. Well, this is the obvious thing that it wants us to do. So we want a way... Alright. What are our options? Because what it's showing us right now on screen is this balloon hits this to fire the gun. Okay, cool. How do we do that? Well, we cut the rope. How do we cut the rope? We need to nudge this somehow. How do we nudge that? Well, we need to bop it with something. What do we need to bop it with? Maybe this baseball. Never mind, that baseball is what turns on the mouse in the first place. So that won't do it all. Which means we need to get this balloon over there somehow? Question mark? Or we need to get the balloon to hit the mouse. And then we do actually do this number. There we go. Advance. Your goal is to make the rocket fly off the top of the screen. Cool. Let's see. So if we do nothing, they both kind of fall down. What ways do we have to light it? We have... We have this. That's what we have. One further back. Unfortunate. Okay. Advance. Trap Mort in the cage. That's a lot of stuff on the screen. So, we need to move Mort over here. We need to get the cage from here down here. Alright, so right now this comes down. Do we have a rope? We do have a rope. What happens when this gun fires right now? It just hits the cannonball, right? I see. I see. I have right-clicked again. Just like, I'll just do this and nope. Okay, the goal was to get the mouse in the cage. We have inadvertently caged the cat instead, which is unfortunate for the cat. We're gonna put this here. Alright, so that doesn't count. We need to keep the cat at an appropriately safe distance so the mouse moves, but not all the way to the wall. Once more with feeling. Excellent. Advance. So we are on puzzle 69, shedding some light. Turn on all the lights in the house. What happens right now? Bunch of bowling balls fall. Alright, what do we have? Alright, we have some mouse wheel things. Okay, so let's see if this works how I hope it will. And then a lot of these. And a lot of these. Nope, all the wrong way. Which is fine. Can I switch the... Oh, I can't switch the direction of that one. Excellent. Advance! Normal Earth gravity stuff. Save Bob the fish and all his friends. Do not allow any of the fish bowls to be smashed. Right, so what happens right now? So this gun goes off and shoots 3, and then eventually the cannon goes off. So what can we do? Well, what if we just place this here? I was like, what are all the pulleys for? The pulleys are so that you can't just like put something in the way. Well, this one was pretty straightforward. New password. Philharmonic. Advance. Your goal is to make all the baseballs fall into the wooden shaft. Alright, normal Earth gravity stuff. Alright. In theory, this is what's going to throw them all into the shaft. So let's see. If we do this, then this, which means we need the cat to move to pull this. Which means we need to break a fishbowl. Which means we need to do something else. Well, what other ways do we have to turn this? This provides power when turned. Oh, we have other ways of doing that. Like the other way would be... Like the other way would be using one of these. This turns wind into rotational stuff. But that's too far. And I don't know how I would activate this anyway. Oh, interesting. Do I have rope? I do not have rope. Okay. Can I manage to clip this balloon into the base of that to make it blow the thing? Like, is that a thing we can make it do? Looks like no. Let's see, so we have... What do we have that's currently moving when we start? We have this. How do we make this do something? We can have it cut the rope, but that doesn't really help us any. We can put it on a bouncy thing, but that doesn't really help us much. We have seesaws, we have fans. What are our sources of power? We have light, which can happen if this gets pulled. I wonder if the goal here is if we're better off trying to say get all of these balls over here and then like throw them up and over. Like if that's the way to do it. But all of this requires some sort of initial movement. Alright, I want to reset this. So, like, we can't really do a whole lot here. Like, if we do this... And then it's like, okay, yeah, we can do that, but that doesn't help us any. I can't get them loaded up here to be launched. Like, we can put a spring thing here, but... They just fight with each other and then get stuck. Which is not really ideal. Now, if we had ropes, we could do some interesting stuff, but I guess the main thing I'm having a problem with is where do we get our initial piece of the machine to like just get it to start working? Because I can work backwards from the end. It's like, okay, so we break the fishbowl, this walks over, pulls that powers this, that powers this, that powers this, and that's how we win. Okay. But I'm missing how do we get from here to there? Because, like, how do we break the fishbowl? Like, how do we do anything with this, for example? Like, I don't know if this is close enough to hit this. Actually, now that I think about it, it's just like, if we could use the fan to blow this over and make it come down this hole, what does that do for us? Like, we could have it launch something, but what would we be having it launch? Like, for example, let's say that yeah, we want to cut this somehow. And we're gonna have that blow this. That provides power. And then we've got more seesaws. And it's like, okay, so now we get a seesaw here. And then we get a seesaw here. Or is this just all a bait and the goal is to get the to get this to come up here and hit that? I was hoping somehow we'd like sneak under here and like hit this switch, in which case the whole thing gets short-circuited and we can just be done with it. Ah, no such luck. I'm missing a key piece, and I'm not sure what it is. I guess the main thing for me is like the seesaws aren't doing anything. Like, is this whole thing just like a red herring and like I need to be doing something else completely different? Like, you're just like, no, you just like put one of these here and put one of these here just so they don't fall in, and then you just do that, and then they all just like bounce in. is oddly enough feels like it's doing more than the other plans I had, even though it feels like it really shouldn't work this way. Okay, yeah, so this does a lot of things, but what it doesn't do is actually anything productive. I think we're stuck and it's not making any progress. The thing is, I'm struggling to find, like, how I can make the seesaws do something. Because normally with seesaws, you know, you put one thing on one side, you put one thing on the other side, and then when you combine them, something happens. So you can use them to, like, spring things around. And I'm just failing to be able to do that here. Like, we already messed around with, like, well, what happens if we just put a seesaw here? It's like, well, nothing useful, actually. So I'm stuck going back to here. I wonder. Let me just double check that I don't have anything useful that I am forgetting. Right, do I have anything that can initiate movement? No, 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 no. No, 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 and no. So the only things I can do to start the machine are with the tennis ball or with the baseball somehow. The tennis ball seems like the better bet. Just like, yeah, just smash the fish immediately. Doesn't actually help us any, but maybe it'll make me feel better. So if we set the balloon free, what happens? I guess one of the big things now is, like, I don't know a good way to set off the billows, which seems like it would be a key piece. You know, I didn't think that was going to be as, like, flat and stable as it is. So this bounces here. But it can't get under... Wait, why did it bounce up? Is it getting caught in like a gap in these two brick walls? Alright, so the hope that it's gonna, like, just roll flat across the bottom is now gone, because it pops up if you ever go here. So I was hoping I could get it to roll under here and maybe interact with that somehow, but that hope is now dead. This moves up slightly. Not quite as up. Aha, there's how we do it. We need to hit this, which will hit that. Okay, cool. Time to reassemble the whole machine. Alright, this will turn things, which makes power, which makes wind. Actually, wait. Which makes power, which makes spinning. And here. Here. There we go. It was, the trick was getting the balloon can't hit this, but the balloon can hit the seesaw that can hit this. Ugh, so many steps. Put the baseball in the bucket. Alright, normal Earth gravity and air pressure. And what do we have? We have a lot of stuff. Okay, we have 2 pages of stuff. What happens if we do nothing? Cannonball falls. Right. What do we have that can move the baseball? We have a fan. And that is it. So we need the fan. And then we need a way to power the fan. We have 1 way to power the fan. Actually, I take it back. We might be able to use this to hit the baseball, but I don't think the physics is going to work. I think it's going to drop too fast. But we do have this option, which will go over here. It'll hit the cat. Which will run into the mouse. Something, something, victory. That goes there, that goes there. This goes somewhere. But we do need this part to turn the light on. So I think we go with the simple version. Yeah, the simple version. It's just like, let's just put up 2 big tall walls and a little ramp and just go directly. Excellent. All you need to do is fire the cannon. I'm sure that is going to be very easy and straightforward. Okay, so I need a way to fire the cannon. Which ways do I have to create fire? Well, we can either try to do it directly, or do it with the candle. But for it to be the candle, we need to break the candle out of here, which means setting off the explosion. Which itself... Oh, I was going to say, which itself requires... the what? Fire, but it doesn't. It just requires the gun. So let's go out on a limb and just say that we have a... Okay, there we go. We got a mouse motor. So we're going to light the candle with this tennis ball. How are we going to pull the trigger on the gun? That one is a little trickier due to the angle. Because, like, we can easily do this to cut the balloon free. But we need the... Oh, we have multiple... I was gonna say, oh, it's easy, we have multiple seesaws, except for the fact that we only have 1 rope. So that still doesn't help us that much. Like, if we had 2 ropes, this would be easy. Like, we put this here, and we say, okay, that pulls that, and then another rope, that pulls that, and then we're done. But we don't have that. But why do we care about cutting this rope? I think we care about cutting this rope. And we care about cutting this rope because that should be able to pull this trigger. And then something something victory. Thing is, I don't know if this is going to block the bullet or if the bullet goes through the balloon. I would think the bullet would go through the balloon, but you never know with these things. I feel like I need to bounce this over here. I need to bounce something over here. Maybe this is in the way. Or maybe I'm overcomplicating it. And we can kind of cheat here. Move this down. The pseudo cheat I'm hoping for here is that I will be able to light the candle. No, okay. Well, first of all, you need to go the other way. Is that I'll be able to light the candle like kind of on its way down. Maybe not. Can we delay this getting hit a little bit? I see that worked. If we can delay the mouse getting hit. Now, if the mouse got hit then afterwards, then we're good to go. So, Operation Delay Mouse Hit. It does still need to get hit eventually, though. Nope, nope. We need to delay it slightly more. We do have a rope. No, no, stop that. When this goes... Okay, I want to take this one. Attach that, then move it back over here. Oh, see, that was a pretty long delay. There we go. Is that how you're supposed to do it? I have no idea. There was a gun there. I didn't know if I was supposed to shoot the gun or not. It seemed like it was set up that I should have, but I didn't. But then again, that is something the game marketed itself as. It's like, hey, there are multiple solutions, go for it. It's like, okay. Your goal is to make all the mice go off the bottom of the screen. Don't let the cat eat any of the mice. Excellent, we're at normal Earth gravity and pressure. Alright, what happens if we just do nothing? That's what happens when we do nothing. Alright, what do we have? We have a fan, we have TNT. How do we get the mouse moving to start with? Or anything to start moving to start with? We have this motor, which can... like, we can propel something somewhere, but not well. We have a balloon. So we can do this number. I think, except then... Won't it go the wrong way? It will go the wrong way. Alright, so we can get the cat moving that way. Not close enough to chase this mouse, though. Trying to think where I need to use TNT. Because I can set it off here pretty easily if I just make this thing... Alright, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not as easy and I need to use two of them. It needs to be closer, doesn't it? So I can't fit this in here at all, ever. Because Hitbox does not allow for it. we can do this. So we have gears that we can use. We have a light switch. We have a gun. Alright, so in theory, we have a light switch, we have a fan. Maybe we should put down the fan first. What are you too close to? There we go. So we get the mouse to fall down here, this turns on the fan, all these mice go off the bottom. Okay, cool. We can put this here, which is interesting, but probably not what we want. I still don't know if the cat is a red herring or not. Like, okay, so we have a cat. The cat can chase the mice, clearly. But is that what we want? Like, if we shorten this and we use a ramp here instead, does it change? Does the cat go down the ramp? It does. Okay, good. That's good to know. But then we run into the problem that there's this in the way. And the cat still doesn't go all the way down. So can we use a ramp here? Not other way around and shorter. Can we throw the mouse down that hole? The mouse appears to act like a 1 square wide thing. Except that he will not fit in a hole of that size. If I put it there, he just gets stuck. So it looks like we might need something else entirely for this section, which is that we might need the TNT. And we can't put the TNT here, so it has to be like here. And if it's here, then how do we set it off? Because we have the gun. We have rope. Do we have a seesaw or something? No? Do we have a pulley? No. We only have 2 gears. And 2 gears means that we can basically move this further away from the mouse, but that's it. We can't change direction or power multiple things or anything like that. And we can't use it to throw all 4 of these off the bottom of the screen because, well, that's just not going to work. I wonder if we can, however, say, use this, gear, and then use a slope to get the balloon to hit the cat. Okay. Use a steeper slope, because otherwise it won't hit the cat. Alright. So we have successfully thrown the cat at the mouse. And the cat falls down here. So we can use it to set off the TNT, which will definitely not hurt the mouse at all. Are you kidding me? The mouse isn't... One of the mice isn't... We didn't win because the mouse got stuck against the wall here. Once more with feeling. Oh, physics. Why? Why, physics, why? Advance! Hmm? Oh. You know, I just looked at the whatchamacallit. At the stream thing, it's just like, oh, I got a lot of bots out tonight. We had the one that actually talked and I had to ban manually, and then we had a dumber spam bot that got caught in the filter. Alright, make all the dynamite blow up. Understood. Which in this case means probably just fire all the guns. What do we have to do that? Just the one page of stuff. Okay. Alright, so we have a variety of things that we need to do. I'm a little bit confused about how to start this. Because, like, if it just pulls down... Like, this is easy to do. But it just means the bowling ball goes off the screen on the left now. Possibly. Yeah, see, like, it can trigger these very easily, but the problem is that it then goes the wrong direction. Boom, boom. No. Yes, what is it, Liesel? Is it time for bed? Do you need to be tucked in? Okay, we'll tuck you in. Ah, there we go. Was that not what you wanted? Are you just going to circle me like a shark now? So where did the ball end up going? Okay, this comes here. Actually, no. There. I don't know if that's gonna pull properly, but we'll find out here in a second. Alright, this goes around. That goes there. Okay, one to the left. Got him. Are you sure? Okay. Well, she has reminded me that it is her bedtime, but that is also a good reminder that it is also my bedtime. It is a work day tomorrow after all, and it is midnight here on the East Coast. So, for anyone who is here, I hope that you have enjoyed the even more incredible machine. As it is Sunday, we have started a new year. It is 1993. So, let me just take a quick look-see at the various other things that we have potential for 93. Come on. All right, where's my list? All right, we have Master of Orion. We might see about Mortal Kombat. We might see about X-Wing or Syndicate or Angband or the Lost Vikings. So there is a lot on this list that is just pure nostalgia for me, even if it's not as impactful as some other things have been. That said, we've got a lot of fun stuff here. So we're gonna do that, and yeah, as always, we do not have a fixed stream schedule, which I know is terrible for growth and metrics and all that, but it's just not my priority right now. So if you want to catch the streams when you see these old-timey as we take our 40 years of gaming history in 93, or if you just want to drop in for the DDO streams that we do weekly, because we don't have a fixed schedule, you're just going to have to click the buttons for the notifications and all that stuff. Or hope the algorithm smiles on you. But for everyone who is still here, I hope you've enjoyed the even more incredible machine. Thank you for being here, because there are many places you can be on the internet, and you've chosen to spend your time with me this evening, which I appreciate. So that will be all for tonight. Stay tuned for future streams as we do more 1993 stuff, and